Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to another regular council meeting. Today is Monday, June 14th. I hope everybody had a good weekend. The weather was ideal if you live in Stony Plain, and even today, with a little bit of showers, it has been good as well. Actually, I think our grass needs it. Members of council and members of the public that are watching, there is an agenda before us. If I can have a motion there, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, and thank you, Mayor. The Town Council adopt the June 14th, 2021 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm glad that everybody has muted their mics and turned off their video unless you're speaking, which is excellent because we've done this so many times and we don't need to rehash that again. Again, please text me so that we can have a proper speaking order. Next on the agenda is number 3 is a public input session. This is the time that we allow residents of our community to address issues or bring up concerns to council that's not on the current agenda. This being a fully virtual meeting, Town Manager, has anybody submitted anything to be read into the records?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have not been made aware of anything that's been submitted for the public input session.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to number 4 of our agenda is presentations and delegations. Today we have a presentation from the Mayor's Task Force on Community Resiliency. As we all know, we've been in a pandemic for the last 16 months. When it first occurred, we started 2 Mayor's Task Force, one on the economic side to deal with COVID-19 and one on the social side to deal with COVID-19. When that wrapped up, we realized that there were things that we can do as a community to have a direct impact on our communities and in the residents. But we also knew that through that we were not as resilient as we thought we were. And that's where the Mayor's Task Force on Community Resiliency came about. I think as a community, if we need to be resilient, we need to be able to support each other and understand what we have in the community and how we can actually have those things interwoven with each other so that if another pandemic happens or there's a huge environmental disaster, we're able to kind of maneuver faster and get the help to the residents that need it most. With that, with the Community Resiliency Task Force, I believe Councillor Bennett, Councillor Plechko, and Councillor Matties were 3 appointees from Town Council to sit on that, and Councillor Bennett was the chair. So Councillor Bennett, I'll turn it over to you to introduce the task force and the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Your background information there was perfect. That's exactly what we looked at. We worked on the recommendations for Town Council for about 6 months, 7 months. We started in October of 2020, and it was extremely interesting. And I think that the input that this task force made was incredibly important and beneficial to helping us deal with whatever shocks come. On our task force, we had 4 public members, and they were Gary Fulmore, Mackenzie Blackburn, Mark Dresler, Tim Mons. I really want to thank them. They came forward and they all participated very well and worked very well. We had some ex officio members of our task force. That was Sarah Perry from Parkland Regional Chamber of Commerce, Lisa Gilchrist from our Town Community Development Department, formerly FCSS, and we had our town manager. And so it was through their guidance and a little bit of input from them that we were able to come up with these recommendations. So we have Mackenzie and Gary who will do the presentation. Turn it over to them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Welcome, Gary, and welcome, Mackenzie. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for the time that you've spent on the task force, helping provide some suggestions for council to make our community more resilient.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just doing the share screen here, so please let me know if, for whatever reason, this doesn't work and you don't see the slideshow. So at the start, I just wanted to say again, thank you to the mayor and the councillors for giving us this opportunity to provide you with this short presentation of outlining the report. I also want to give out a thank you to all the task force members for all the hard work they put into this, in case I forget to do that at the end. And thank you to Mackenzie for putting together the presentation slides that you're about to see. So for the agenda, you have the report in your materials, and I'm sure you've all read through it. So I am actually not going to really go into the recommendations in any detail. But I did want to spend a bit of time talking about the methodology that we used to reach those recommendations, so you had a clear understanding of, how we came up with the recommendations. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the challenges with keeping momentum going on something like this. And lastly, I wanted to talk about the importance of social capital and making something like this come through. There will be a time for questions at the end, so please, I would just ask that you note any questions you have and just hold them till the end. So as Judy had mentioned about our task force membership, was a variety of people composed of, citizens and town employees and other community members. There's a full list on page B1 of the membership. We actually met, slight correction to what Judy had indicated, we actually started in September, and we met from September of last year until the end of May this year. And we met almost 30 times. So the picture you see of the birds taking wing, you can either think of that as both task force members charging into this project at the beginning and also charging out and quickly away after the last meeting was finished. We were operating with a formal definition of urban resilience, which is really can be summed up as the capacity of communities to survive, adapt, and grow through stresses and shocks. Stresses would be the ongoing things that a community experiences, such as housing issues or transportation issues. Shocks would be something like the pandemic that we're just finally emerging out of. Our goal was to explore various ways in which the community could develop stronger resilience, and our mission was to provide recommendations based on that to council. And our vision, which I'm going to come back to at the very end, we imagined that the town has built a connected, resilient community with economic and social strength, which supports the well-being of our residents and businesses. So with that said, I want to move on to the methodology. We did use a formal methodology, which is outlined in detail in the report. And I just wanted to go through that at a high level to give you a feel for what we did. So the first step in our methodology was to gather information. So to do that, to start with, we had presentations from community stakeholders, a variety of people from the community, local businesses, nonprofit organizations, other municipalities, town personnel, etc. And that gave us, a pretty good idea of the various viewpoints that people held on some of the things that were happening in the community. In addition to that, we went through and did individual research. So we were all assigned individual topics to look at. You can, again, see a full list of that on page E1. It was quite extensive, but you could basically sum it up as saying it was looking at what other communities are doing in regards to resilience and building better resilience. So it was a deeper dive on a number of various topics. And that gave us some additional perspective on what was happening, in particular, like in other places throughout Canada and around the world, in addition to just our community. And lastly, and probably the most exciting part, was we studied key town plans to get an idea of what the town was doing with regards to some of the things that we were thinking about and getting presentations on. So that covered things like the municipal development plan, corporate plan, strategic plan, other plans like the economic development plan. And we just assigned various members of the task force to study certain plans and to act as a resource for the rest of the task force when we were discussing those. The next thing we did after we gathered that information was we defined the issues. So in order to do that, we wanted to create two things: problem statements and future goals. Problem statements are basically clear, concise statements that identify a gap between the current state, what exists right now, and the desired future state, what we would like things to be in the future. Once we had the problem statements and we came up with 6 of them, we then made a corresponding future goal for each problem statement. A future goal is looking at that problem statement and saying, okay, with this in mind, what would the community look like in terms of this problem statement in 5 years? What would we desire the community to look like? And so we came up with one of those for each problem statement. How we did it, we created those problem statements through brainstorming, and then we used some voting mechanisms like dot voting. We had a lot of active discussion. I believe there was some mixed martial arts involved in that as well. And the results we came up with is we came up with 3 broad thematic areas: social, infrastructure, and economic. And the problem statements basically, fell into the following issues: social connection, community desirability, job skill sets and availability, and business collaboration and adaptability. So the next stage of our methodology was to essentially use the problem statements and the future goals in order to brainstorm and come up with a list of possible solutions, and then from those possible solutions, choose the best options. And so basically what we did is we just looked in for each problem statement. We said, like, where are we now and where do we want to be? How do we close the gap? And that how do we close the gap was essentially the start of the list of recommendations. We did use a prioritization, and I just wanted to explain this a little bit because it is something that could raise some questions. So we looked at these things in terms of 3 sort of main priority categories: impact, low, medium, and high; the cost, low, medium, and high; and the urgency, short term, medium term, long term. Now, the problem with those is that, as you can tell just by looking at them, there's a fair degree of subjectivity in those. We didn't have all the information by any means in many of these areas, particularly when you talk about things like cost. We didn't really know what some of these initiatives might cost. And even with things like the impact, that was basically our subjective feel as a task force. So despite the subjectivity, though, it wasn't really too big a factor for us as a task force, because we were just trying to separate one from the other, relatively speaking. So we didn't really need to know the exact details. For any recommendations that are accepted by council and town administration, they would have to revisit these areas again and look at them closer and nail them down a little bit further. We also actually had a sort of a voting thing where everyone picked the solutions or the options that they felt were the strongest in their mind, mixed those all together with our ratings and the impact, cost, and urgency, sprinkled a little pixie dust on top, and basically came up with the priorities that you see for the recommendations. If you want to see what we used for impact, cost, and urgency, the full list is in the alignment table beginning on page J1 of the report. So we did come up with 34 recommendations. There was 9 high priority recommendations, 5 medium, and 10 low. And those fell into the 3 broad thematic areas: the social, which is the civic engagement and social connection; infrastructure, which is community desirability; and economics, which is job skills, business collaboration, and adaptability. And the recommendations, if you divided them up amongst those 3 areas, the most were in the civic engagement and social connection, where we had 16, and we had 10 recommendations fell into the infrastructure, 8 fell into the economics. And then what we did with these recommendations is we looked at the alignment that these recommendations had with other initiatives. And this was an important thing because there's obviously a lot of other groups that are working to some extent in the same areas. So it could be things that the town is doing, the government could be involved in doing some things, nonprofit groups, other citizen groups. And we just wanted to make sure that, you know, some of the recommendations weren't dismissed too quickly if somebody looked at them and said, oh, we don't have to worry about this. Somebody else is already doing this particular thing. And the point that, you know, we wanted to stress was that if we heard it in the presentations and it came up, especially if it came up more than once or came up in a, you know, a particular strong context, we wanted, you know, there to be a realization that the fact these things are coming up again, even if it's already being worked on, means that perhaps it's still an issue and perhaps it needs a higher priority, perhaps it needs more resources, more advocacy, possibly more volunteers. So we didn't want these things just to be dismissed because somebody else may already have something with it. So you will see there is an alignment table contained within the report that gives you at a high level, mostly as it relates to, say, the town municipal development plan, the strategic plan, the corporate plan, and then some of the other community groups, just gives you a indication that somebody else is working in that particular area. I wanted to talk a little bit about maintaining momentum. So I'm sure everybody here is experienced enough that they're aware these types of reports sometimes end up as shelfware. People put a lot of effort in, you know, they're discussed, and then for whatever reason, if you check back on the report, say 2 or 3 years down the road, it's basically on a shelf in a corner somewhere. And there's various reasons why that happens. And there are also some things that can be done in order to mitigate that happening. Probably the first and foremost thing is to have an action plan. And we did feel that it was premature for us to do any action plans as part of this task force, even for the high priority items, because council hasn't really, you know, reviewed them and accepted them. Town administration has to review them and, you know, put them in the context of what they're doing and give sort of their recommendations on what they think could be done. So there wasn't really a point with building action plans yet. But once those hurdles are passed, then for whichever recommendations are going forward, we would recommend that there is an action plan built, which, you know, defines who's doing it, the specific tasks that are involved, when they're due by, how you're going to measure them, all those standard types of things. Because those are some of the challenges with maintaining momentum. You know, assigning responsibility, not having enough resources, not having good measurement, other things take priority. And so we really felt that, you know, if we wanted to keep momentum on this, there's a few things that could be done. You can build the action plans. You could have community resources such as, you know, another little perhaps mini type of task force that looks at a particular recommendation if it's been accepted and helps push it forward. You could set up something where you have longer term measurement of the results. So you could be doing community surveys based on the outcomes that you were hoping to get, things along those lines. And lastly, I wanted to talk a little bit about social capital and the importance of partnerships. So when you look at building lasting resilience, and we saw this point over and over again, particularly in some of our individual research, is that although physical infrastructure and the environment you operate in, such as the state of the economy, etc., those are important factors, but there is a lot of research suggesting that the most critical factor is social capital. And what social capital is essentially the degree of trust and understanding and collaboration that you get between the groups that you see in that Venn diagram. So citizens, local organizations such as faith groups or nonprofits, local businesses, local government. The connections between those are essentially the social capital. And so, within this community, as everybody knows, there are a number of citizens, a number of groups, the businesses, the town. Everybody, wants to make things better, and everybody would be open to collaborating and working together to make things better. And so when you look back at our vision was to be a connected community with economic and social strength that supports residents and businesses. And the task force really feels that many of the recommendations within, particularly if you look at them holistically, a lot of them tie together and relate, and they have the effect of strengthening that social capital. So they have the ability to, strengthen those ties between those different groups. And that probably more than anything else would give us a lasting impact and, improve our community resilience. So having said all of that, I would open it up to any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, Gary, and definitely appreciate the work that was gone into it. I like the fact that it was broken down just to 3 key categories of social, infrastructure, and economics. It does help us to kind of wrap our heads around it. And your idea of having, as the task force came back with 9 high priorities that we can focus on as a community, 5 medium ones and 10 low priority ones. And sometimes as we as a council and administration look at them, sometimes we might be able to do a low priority right away because it's kind of, there's some funding or there's some agreement with another community group. So that does give us a lot of opportunities to kind of look at it and have those conversations amongst council and administration. I do appreciate that this was a very good report, and I do not believe it will become one of those bookends where it ends up in the shelf and it holds up the rest of the books. So thank you very much for doing that. And thank you for explaining to why Councillor Bennett has some black eyes when she's joined some meetings. So that's good to know that it was through this committee and the hard work that you guys have done that she earned those black eyes. Members of council, any questions or comments to the task force? I see nobody has texted in yet. So Gary, you mentioned about maybe starting kind of maybe a mini task force to help along developing some kind of plans and kind of engagement or action items. How do you see that coming about? Definitely that's something I would consider, but in time we'll need staff to have the opportunity to review everything first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and really it's just a thought. Haven't really fleshed it out, but the general idea is that when you look at some of these things, one of the issues probably that you're going to find is that everybody, Tom and his team, no doubt, have a very full plate already of things to do. And one of the challenges is when, something like this comes along and maybe tosses something else onto that plate and says, oh yeah, by the way, can you just have your people work on this? And they obviously have to be involved and work in, a lot of the areas that are mentioned in the recommendations, but there may be an opportunity as well to, gather together a small group of citizens, because one of the recommendations is to try and improve and strengthen civic engagement. And so this may be a way where you could pull together a small group and say, look, we've got this particular recommendation, the town has reviewed it, they've got a number of thoughts around what could happen, what's already happening, but we could use a little extra manpower maybe it could be advocating for it in the community, it could be, putting together like a sort of a plan that could help it get executed. There's a number of things, but that was the general idea that I was thinking.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving to Councillor Matties, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Gary, for an excellent presentation. I really appreciated that. It was a very good overview. Question for you, and I guess one thing I didn't really clearly understand as we went through the determination of the priorities is, how did we decide, for example, that there was 9 high and 15 medium versus, let's say, for example, that we said, well, there should be 12 high, 12 medium, and 12 low. And then also, if you could add to that, as to, do you think that council and administration should be considering probably the high and the medium, in terms of looking at, or how do you think we should be looking at it?
Thanks, Linda. So yes, basically the way we came up with the sort of the nine high and the mediums, the lows, was to take the 3 sort of I guess I'll call them scoring categories that we used. So the impact, the cost, and the urgency. And so basically you would take, say, first would be the things that had high impact and short term and low cost. And then, you'd move on to high impact, short term, medium cost. And there's no exact science to it. There's just like kind of it's a way to separate them and group them to a degree. As I said, I mean, it's subjective. And all our scores that we came up with as a group are in the alignment table that's at the end of the report. So you can kind of see, the high, medium, short, the medium, that type of thing. And then another factor was when we did our individual votes for which ones we thought were the most important. That was kind of put on top. If there was ones that were close or whatever, it might push something up into high, or it might have pushed something down into medium, down into low. So that was how the prioritizations came about. And in terms of what council would be focusing on, I would think that it would be the high priorities first. Look at those first. And once town administration has reviewed them, some of those may shift based on what Tom and his team, come up with. If they look at them in more detail, it may move a priority somewhat down to a medium, or it may push something up higher.
Thank you. Councilor Matties, anything else?
Yes, I just have one other question. You talked about the importance of social capital and in developing trust and relationships in our community. When we look at the overall themes, I guess, in terms of the social infrastructure and economic, so all of those things very critical to our community overall. And just wondering your thoughts about how you would organize, for example, dealing with a situation that covered many of these areas. So let's just give an example. If we ended up with one of the priority that we talked about in terms of the town hall, and with that town hall, let's say there's an indigenous park and a meeting center, and there was some infrastructure work, obviously building that, then also considering all the cultures in the community, making sure it represents our cultures. How would you see us coming together in terms of being able to work with all the different stakeholders to basically address that opportunity?
Well, there's probably different answers depending on different recommendations. I do think that one of the key things, and ties back to what we were talking about with social capital, is that you get people involved, and that people, you build that trust and that understanding of people, with people, so that if people are engaged with it and starting to drive it, then its chances of success are going to definitely increase.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
To Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Gary and the entire community, or the entire committee, for the report and the fantastic priorities. It was a great read. One thing that I'm quite encouraged by is a lot of the recommendations that are in there are in some way, shape, or form already in progress. Some of them are existing, and I'm glad to see the support of keeping them ongoing. Most, unfortunately, have been interrupted by COVID, but obviously bringing those back to the forefront will be fantastic. the first question that I have, and I'll ask it and I'll answer, and then I'll keep going, is in regards to this presentation and the recommendations in here. Gary, you kind of already touched on the capacity within the municipality, and obviously, municipalities have certain responsibilities, and so do provincial governments, and so do federal governments. And then also there is a level of responsibility that does lie on the shoulders with some of the community groups and organizations like the Chamber of Commerce. So with that in mind, will this presentation with its recommendations be made to any groups other than council by this committee, or is this presentation and report only coming to council?
So I'll also let Councillor Bennett perhaps weigh in on that. My understanding is that it's coming to council at this point, and from there, the next step is essentially to pass it on to town administration to have their input on the various recommendations. After that, I'm not sure if they would be presented to other groups or not. Maybe I'll let Councillor Bennett speak to that.
Right. Councillor Bennett, do you want to just speak to it now, or do you want to wait till the end?
No, I'll quickly answer that question. First of all, we're presenting it to council because these are council recommendations. And so where it goes from here is back to the administration, and then they will compose the action plans and assign priorities. And then it comes back to us. And Mr. Mayor, I believe it's at the August 16th or August 19th council meeting that it's coming back to council. So as far as going to other community groups, no, not that I know of, unless administration or council asks us to do that. I will say, though, that this report has gone out specifically to the groups that spoke to us. And so that is a lot of our community groups. So they already have a look at what this task force has put together using their input and using their presentations. And so I'm sure that they will also receive, we'll make sure that they receive the final council decision on where it goes from here. So I think that answers it, but I may be wrong.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Bennett. I think it does. Councilor Lowry?
Yeah, it does, and I'm glad to see that this will come back to council as well after an administrative review, so that we can have further discussion on the appropriate partners to engage and what administration really does feel is something underneath their purview, and something that we definitely need to look for partners to bring them to fruition. The second question that I had is just in regards to some of the suggestions. The civic engagement one is one that stood out to me the most, because civic engagement has been a challenge for quite a while. And several years back, I believe it was a program run through the Chamber of Commerce called Community Champions existed. And I'm just curious if the task force had reviewed some of the prior civic engagement programs and opportunities that had existed in the community, and how they went, why they went by the wayside. We kind of have the desire, we have the want, we know that, we want to increase the civic engagement, and we do have these priorities and some of these recommendations, but some things have already been tried. And I am seeing some themes here that align to those ones that had already been tried. And so I'm just wondering, was there a little bit of a deeper dive done into those and to why maybe they weren't as successful as we'd hoped they'd been? And are any of these recommendations tailored based on those results?
So to some degree, we did, for example, do a pretty, good review through the chamber materials that you're talking about. Sarah had sent those out to us, outlining how their program had worked. I think you've touched on a very key issue when it comes to things like civic engagement, because that is always, I think, going to be a challenge to some degree. It's the dichotomy between, in this community, you have lots of people who are very interested in the community and definitely, are interested in making it a better place to live. And yet at the same time, if you looked at things like, how many people respond if the town sends something out on social media asking a question, and how many people, put their hands up to, be on a part of something that the town is doing. It's definitely a challenge, and I don't think that we really explored all the different reasons why that could be. But I think if some of these recommendations related to civic engagement are accepted by council and administration, that would be one of the things to do, is to look, okay, this has maybe been done in some aspect in the past. What can we do to make this stick more into the future?
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Laurie.
That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to Deputy Mayor. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Gary. It's Bruce here. Justin actually touched on some of the things that I was going to mention here, because in the presentation of your talk, the thing of public apathy struck me. We know it at the federal level, it's the least amount. You get more participation, provincial, and you get down to the municipal level, and public apathy kind of really sticks in. Just look at the number of people who take the interest to go vote. Can't get people in our chambers, even when we're discussing what their taxes are going to be. People don't show up, so I applaud you, and I applaud your committee. I enjoyed reading the report. The people in that committee, William, were excellent, and I think you guys brought a high degree of expertise. And I applaud you guys for volunteering for that, because 30 meetings is a lot. And but how do we get the people? How do we get rid of public apathy? The people are busy, and they're going to be busier in the future as more things go. People are cynical, and I think they're going to become more cynical. We've got social media that drives things that really we can't control. So I won't rant and rave on that, but how do you folks see any council being able to deal with public apathy and get better participation?
So I can give you a couple of responses to that, Bruce. So first of all, one of the things which we actually identified in the report as, one of the overall recommendations, although it doesn't have specifics, is improving information flow. So it was something that came up again and again, is that despite the fact that, say, the town, for example, may communicate, on all their social media channels, etc., about something, it still seems that it doesn't take too much effort to run into people that say, oh, really? I never heard of anything about that. And so that's one of the challenges, is getting information out. And then I think there's another aspect to, as you say, apathy with the public, is I think there has to be a certain degree to which people can see that they are actually, their voice is making a difference. So we did some research into citizen assemblies, which is something that's used more over in Europe, and they're larger groups. But one of the interesting things about citizen assemblies is that they actually are often given quite a bit of control over the end result. Like they come together, they're facilitated, they're organized, but what they kind of come up with is sort of what is enacted or what happens. And I think if you could start to do something where people here could see that they're involved in something, and that what they're proposing or what they would like to see is actually getting enacted and happening, then maybe you could start to pick up some momentum on the civic engagement side.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Gary, on that, because and I like those ideas. It's always been a struggle. There are too many platforms in some respects out there for social media, whether it be individual community chats, or our own websites and stuff like that, that people say, well, I'm on it, but I didn't see it. So there's too many spokes in the wheel in many cases. And I don't know how I envision it getting more. And it's going to be, I don't know, and or that doesn't even bother me type of deal. So Again,
Right.
my heartiest congratulations to you and all the members of that committee, especially our volunteers that come on it. I hope that there's a lot of good that will come out of it. Thank you to everybody who's listening there for that. Thanks, William.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Gary. Any other questions or comments regarding the presentation to our task force members? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much. Councillor Bennett, closing comments as the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, when I was introducing our committee, one person I didn't mention, and I really should have, is our recording secretary, Carrie Northoff, who, honestly, Mr. Mayor, she is a gem in our departments, and so I wanted to give a special shout out to her. I am proud as punch with this committee and with the recommendations that have been put before us. And this group worked extremely hard. As you can tell, Gary had a lot of experience in doing these types of processes, and so he went above and beyond the call of volunteerism, I'll tell you. But Mr. Mayor, before we let them go, I just wanted to briefly talk about the questions that both Councillor Laurie and Councillor Loy had when it comes to civic engagement. And I just want to point out that, okay, so we did have those courses. Community Champions was one of them. And so Councillor Laurie said, you know, why aren't we doing those anymore, or what happened to those? And, you know, I think we always have to keep in our mind that those people who took those courses are now in our community and they are active. I believe Mackenzie Blackburn, who was on this task force, is one of the people who took that course, and here she is. She's here on our task force, and she's providing feedback and her perspectives. Some of the other people I know that were part of that were APFA, Pam Geddes, and Catherine Way. And again, we got their input. So these people, these courses that we offer are not just courses and then they graduate and then they take a master's degree. They take the courses and then they are part of the community, and they use those skills to bring about change. The other community group that I just want to send a shout out to is ACT, which is Achieving Community Together. Now, you talk about individuals and getting public input. You know, we do have groups and they are active, but they have to, as Gary said, feel like their voice is being heard. And so these mechanisms, these recommendations that we've given have been very thoughtful in some of those groups. And those people who have been part of that citizen-led presence to achieve a better community, they are there. And as soon as we, you know, council accepts some of the recommendations and our administration goes through them and sees what can be done, we do have citizens. I'm not saying that everybody will put their hand up to volunteer for things, but we do have active citizens. And I think that needs to be always in our mind, that we do have people who want to be involved, but they have to have a purpose and they have to know that what they do will be at least looked at and their voice is heard. So that's my soapbox, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, but I'll release our committee to do what they want to do. They don't have to stay for the business session. And just, you know, like I said, I'm just so proud of them, and I'm so proud of this report.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Appreciate the work that the committee has done. Any more questions, comments before we move on? Okay, see none. To Gary and Mackenzie, since the two of you are here, on behalf of council, thank you very much for the work. Definitely appreciated. The work that you have done does make an impact in our community, and it does make our community more resilient as we continue to grow and evolve from a small urban to a larger urban center. Thank you for your time. Okay, members of council, moving on to number 5, which is statutory public hearings. We do not have any. So moving on to number 6, which is the adoption of council minutes. So for the RCM of May 25th. Councillor Pleshko, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the regular council meeting minutes of May 25th, 2021 as presented.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Pleshko. Members of council, you had a chance to look through it and read it. Any errors or omissions that need to be corrected to be amended? See none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. As carried, move on to number 7, which is council boards and committee minutes. Councillor Meyer, please.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the council boards and committee meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Members of council, any questions regarding on the SPPL March 17th, or the Meridian Housing Foundation for February 25th, March 25th, and April 22nd and 29th? Okay, I have a question regarding the Meridian Housing Foundation. I think that's page 32 or 30 something. I'm not too sure. Maybe Councillor Bennett, if you can listen carefully. There was a notion or a comment in the minutes saying that Councillor John McNabb has chosen not to excuse himself from the meeting. Can you explain that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think as you know, for the past couple of years, Parkland County, the past rep on that board, was hesitant to be involved in anything that had any financial impacts on Folkestone Manor. Parkland County does not at this time have a mandate to do affordable housing, and so that representative was granted permission by her council to recuse herself from any discussion on the financial impacts of Folkestone Manor. And so then in January, we had a new representative from Parkland County, and he actually took 2 places. So he was the Wabbamam and the Parkland, because it's all now Parkland. And so when he came forward, we just carried on with the assumption that Parkland County did not want to be part of that discussion. And it was at that meeting, I believe it was in March, maybe February, that he stated that he did not want to recuse himself. So at that point, we allowed him that prerogative to make that choice, but we asked that we receive a letter from Parkland County Council and Mayor to affirm this. We had originally had a letter that said that that rep was not going to be part of our discussions, and so we wanted to make sure that this was a county decision. And so we did receive a letter then from Parkland County that stated that the representative could be part of those discussions. Does that answer your question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you very much. I have another question regarding the Meridian Foundation on page number 36. This is regarding the Meridian Housing Foundation approval for CMHC seed funding grant for an amount of $150, and also an unsecured interest-free loan of $100,000. Is there a timeline when that $150,000 needs to be repaid back by the Housing Commission?
Yes, there is. But it does not go into effect until we've actually used it. And so at this point, that seed funding is for the lodge in Spruce Grove.
Right.
And because we have not officially received support from all 3 municipalities on building a lodge in Spruce Grove, at this time that money will not be used, and I think it's for 20 years to pay it back. 20 years.
Okay, thank you for the information. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor to accept as presented?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to number 8 of our agenda, which is bylaws. We have one for first reading, and it is the fire services bylaw. Administration, go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will ask our general manager, I believe, has a few comments to make, and I know that the other staff are present to speak further. So I'll turn it over to our general manager of Community and Protective Services.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor and Council. This evening, we're bringing forward first reading of the fire services bylaw. This bylaw has been drafted as a result of good practice in the fire services world, the municipal world. Also was a recommendation in our fire services master plan. Administration has taken a few months to look at this particular document and review peer communities, and also has had a legal review of this particular bylaw and has gone through a legislative process at the town of Stony Plain. With us this evening is Fire Chief Trevor Mistel, and Trevor will take us through a quick presentation related to the bylaw, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions that council may have at the conclusion of the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. And welcome, Fire Chief.
Sorry, Your Worship, members of council. My privilege to be here tonight to introduce Fire Services Bylaw 2646/PS/21 for first reading tonight. I have a short PowerPoint presentation. Allow me to share my screen. And everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, so the new fire services bylaw is formalizing a few different things, a few different areas: response service levels, some administrative authorities, addresses fire and fireworks permitting, alarm responses, fees and charges and offenses, and rescinds the open burn bylaw 2236/PS/05. So a little bit of background, Jim Hill got some of it already, but yes, out of the fire service master plan, there's a recommendation to upgrade the current open burning bylaw to an all-encompassing fire services bylaw, which you have before you. Work was completed to develop the bylaw to meet the needs of our community based on current industry best practices and in alignment with our regional partners. We reviewed many different peer communities for their bylaws for continuity, and a legal review was conducted and for completion of this proposed bylaw. So basically the one section is establishment and purpose of the fire department. Section 3 confirms service levels for functions that the fire department is currently doing. So structural, industrial, wildland, and vehicle fire, medical first response, rescue and safety services, fire investigations, inspections, public education, mutual aid, fire and fireworks permitting, and dangerous goods. And these are all services that we're currently providing. It was just felt it was important to put pen to paper on just aligning with the service level. Authority and responsibility of the fire chief and the fire department members. So basically, this is section 4. And just define some authorities and responsibilities of the fire department members. Basically, in the bylaw, the fire chief and fire department are being considered one entity and are interchangeable. False alarm. Now, this is something new. Basically, right now, we get a lot of fire alarms, false alarms, and alarm no fires. So basically, a false alarm could be you burn the toast and the alarm goes off. Alarm no fire alarms would be considered entering the wrong keypad, the code into your keypad, steam from your shower, things like that. Things that would activate the system without being an actual fire response. So we're looking at putting in some fees for these type of responses. So basically, first one, it would be no charge, second would be no charge, and the third there would be a charge. So basically, the route that we plan on taking is educate the first one. So we would talk with the homeowner, talk with the user on placement of their alarm system, maintenance, things like that. The third one would be cooperation. So we'd be sending them a letter outlining that, hey, this is starting to become a problem. And then the third one would possible issuance of a fine. And the other section is fire permits and fireworks permits as well. Right now, basically, our fire permits, we do have a system in place, and we typically the permits that we issue are just basically our the more rural areas of the town on the fringe. In 2021, we've issued 8 in the entire year. So basically, we wouldn't be issuing a permit, for myself, for example, to be burning brush in my backyard. And that's just not part of it. And then fireworks permit, we'll talk about fireworks here in a little bit, but so the fireworks section. So basically, there's been some changes to fireworks in general, the legislation of it. It's been removed from the Alberta Fire Code and has been put into the National Resources Canada code book. So basically, they're considering them, treating them as an explosive. So basically, what we're trying to break it down into is as tier 1 and tier 2 fireworks. We've currently issued permits for fireworks for what it works out to is the tier 2, the professional grade. Our Canada Day show, New Year's, things like that. We would rarely issue a permit for a shop grade type fireworks. Under the new proposed bylaw, that would be considered a tier 1, the family grade, the type of fireworks you buy at the gas station or the grocery store. The tier 2 is unchanged. It's the professional grade. So the tier 1 would be, they would have an opportunity to obtain a permit, but they would have to meet certain conditions, size of the area where you're going to be setting them off, discharging them, and where they're going to come down. So it would be a lot of education type activities as well, and I think this would allow us to basically work with our residents and educate our residents a lot more. And 2, it would also increase our monitoring of the facilities in town that are currently selling the tier 1 fireworks. I don't see it impacting the tier 2 type, because they already know the rules. They have the insurance in place and the guidelines and all the safety in place. So I don't see much change with that. Some fire protection charges. Again, this is something that would be considered new in the bylaw. So we'd be looking at some cost recovery for certain services provided in the fire department. We talked about the false alarms. There's a section in there in the fees and charges possibly for just a regular response, structure fires, vehicle accidents, things like that, that we currently are not charging for at this time, but there is opportunities to recoup some of the costs. I mean, budgets are getting tighter, and there's one avenue to try to help offset some of the costs to run our service. This bylaw, if the bylaw was passed, basically we would use the remainder of 2021 to educate, to get the word out, to help with our residents before any sort of enforcement action were undertaken. The offenses. So basically, there's a description of this in the bylaw and the monetary penalties. And what we've tried to do is align them with our regional partners. We didn't want to be, way high or way low, depending on where you're at. So we tried to align the best we could with our neighbors and our partners. So our next steps with the bylaw, pending proposed changes, second and third reading would be June 28th, and then 2021. And then, like I said, the rest of 2021 would be for education for our residents, to try to help them answer any questions, get used to some of the new rule changes, and before any type of enforcement action would happen. That's the end of the PowerPoint for the fire services bylaw, and I'd be willing to answer any questions now.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Fire Chief. Just one question before I go to members of council to ask a question. I think it was mentioned here that this will align with a lot of other communities in the region that already has a fire services bylaw. Can you just kind of highlight which ones already have one?
We reviewed quite a few. Basically, just some of them, just off the top of my head: Spruce Grove, Parkland County, Rocky View County, Leduc, Sylvan Lake. We looked at some stuff from Edmonton, Sturgeon County, Cochrane. So we tried to get a good sample size of like-sized and larger and smaller communities.
Thank you very much. Move on to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Chief Mistel for the presentation this evening. I do have a couple of questions. The first, just in regards to the alarm response, the multiple alarm response. Definitely happy to see that coming in here, but I'm wondering, do you have any statistical data that you can share with Council on how many individual occupancies the fire department has responded to for 3 alarms within the same 12-month period over, let's say, the last year or so?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, I have some data for the first 4 months of this year, from January to May 31st, but I could get that very easily for you, provide that for a later date. Currently, right now, we have 3 residential occupancies that are sitting at the 2 alarms. And again, this is from January 1st to May 31st. We have 1 commercial business that has 6 responses, 1 apartment building that has 4, and another one at 2. And that's basically all the multi response locations for 2021 so far.
Excellent, thank you. I think that there in and of itself proves why this is valuable, that we have this included in this bylaw, and why it's an appreciated change. The second question I have, if I may, Your Worship.
Go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Is in regards to the fireworks. So you clarified one of the questions I had in regards to the type 1, type 2, because further down in the bylaw, when it actually starts speaking to it, it does not it doesn't explain anything about the differences between them and if it applies to both or if it applies to one. And so I'm maybe just some feedback that should be made clear, because in the definition, it clearly defines type 1 and type 2, but then further down in the bylaw and the actual regulations, it doesn't specify that it applies to both types. And so it's kind of confusing if you have a definition for two types, but you don't reference both. But what I do want to ask a question of, because I do actually feel that this may have some significant impact on the local businesses that do sell fireworks, is if we have any data on incidents that have occurred within the town of Stony Plain with type 1 fireworks. The reason I ask is because, residents might be hesitant to go get a permit, especially if it's going to cost them any money, or just the additional time and hesitancy it's going to take. And I'm wondering if it might be better suited to look at educational programming on type 1 fireworks versus going all the way straight to a permit right away.
Your worship, through to Councillor Laurie, a couple parts of your question there. Basically, with from our community peace officers, in the last 5 years, there's been 5 fireworks complaints that they have logged in their system. So it's not a lot. We kicked around a couple different ways of doing it, but basically with your the tier 1, tier 2, we thought that would be more administrative and would be more laid out a lot clearer in the permit itself. So when the application, the education, I mean, of course, that would be a huge part of it. Fireworks has been so gray over the last 10 years. It drops into this code and then gets pulled out of this one, puts into here. So hopefully now it's got a little bit of roots and it's going to stay put. I think actually we can work closer and do more work with our businesses that are selling these. I believe there's less than a handful in our community that are currently selling them. So like I said, I'm almost looking forward to working with them. You mentioned about a fee. There would be no fee for a fireworks permit, but there would be, again, not everybody would be able to obtain one. If you, and that would be part of the education portion. If you live in an apartment, you would come to apply for a permit, and through the permitting, it would be, you would not be allowed to. You wouldn't be allowed to get a permit to discharge off of public lands. You wouldn't be able to get a discharge to discharge off of the schoolyard. So that would be the education component that we'd be looking at.
Excellent, thank you. So can you confirm if Parkland County has a similar fireworks bylaw, and if they require permits for the purchase of Class 1 fireworks within the county?
Your worship, through to Councillor Laurie, yes, Parkland County does have a fireworks permit system. I believe in Parkland County, they only allow the sale of basically the tier 1 fireworks 3 times a year. I believe it's Canada Day. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Canada Day, New Year's, and there's one other time that they allow the sale. And but I do believe in conversation that they are looking at that process, and they could be looking at upgrading and making some changes to that system they have.
Yeah. So, and the reason I asked that, and actually what you reference is the discharge. So Parkland County allows the residents to discharge them in those days without a permit. But I'm more asking for the purchase aspect, because if we require a permit to purchase Class 1 fireworks in the town of Stony Plain, that doesn't necessarily prevent a resident from purchasing them outside. And so if they're available at, say, Beach Corner, or I know there's a new shop that's just opened up in Atchison, that could negatively impact the businesses that we have here in Stony Plain who are trying to do it right. And so, I'd be more comfortable if we were in lockstep, so that a resident wasn't able to just go 5 minutes down the road, purchase them without the permit, and come back and still discharge them as they would have before.
Your worship, through Councillor Laurie, and that's been the huge problem for the last 15 years. There's always been a requirement for a permit, where you buy them, and then when you go to discharge them, for example, if I'm going to go buy some in Edmonton, I'm supposed to have a valid permit where I'm going to be discharging it, take it there, show them, purchase. They take all my info on my driver's license, all that kind of stuff, basically where I'm going to be discharging them. And then when I come back, I'm to contact the fire department in that area to let them know that say, yep, okay, at 10 o'clock tonight, we're going to be discharging them. In the 12 years I've been in Stony Point, I believe I've been contacted twice by somebody that's bought fireworks in Edmonton and had planned on discharging them in our area. So the system is flawed. I think this is a solid move to try to educate and try to move things forward. Is it going to capture all of it? Probably not. I mean, be realistic. But I think we're going to get some positive feedback from the the law-abiding people that tend to follow the rules, which I like to think a lot of our residents fall in that category.
Thank you very much, Fire Chief. Deputy Mayor, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chief, for the presentation. When I was reading the report, there was something in there in recouping losses, and they were talking about insurance. Regretfully, I've had to use the fire department over the 32 years I've been in this house. I have had 2, if not 3, chimney fires. And I use that as an example for just myself. Can you elaborate then and provide maybe other examples? And how do you go about recouping losses if the fire department has to make a response? Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Loy. Yeah, the part of that, I mean, this is something that's starting to get more and more popular. It's popping up throughout the area. Municipality very close to us to the east has been doing this for the last few years. So basically, in your insurance, there is a fire department charges clause. It's very well hidden, but it is in your home policy. And basically, what we'll be looking at doing is if you have valid insurance and you needed the services, there would be an opportunity to recover some of the costs for the responsive wages and the apparatus, things like that, to a maximum. And basically, where the way the bylaw would be is it would not exceed that maximum. And if you did not have insurance, we're not looking to put people at in undue hardship, over and above having a fire loss in their property. So that's a part of your insurance that's already there. It's already part of your policy. And again, there's a lot of areas that are starting to look at it. Another very close regional partner of ours is looking at doing the same thing and bringing that forward on their next fees and charges review cycle.
Okay, pardon me. Thank you very much for that reply. My concern out of that, and it's probably not a fire department or a municipality concern, but is if somebody has to exercise that clause by contacting their insurance, it could be very detrimental to their personal home insurance, maybe even to a point where you can't get coverage.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Loy. Yeah, I don't know that end of the insurance portion of it. Basically, it would be to not put people under undue hardship. That's would be the goal. Whereas to be able to cover some of the costs of some of the responses for and for motor vehicle collisions as well in our community. That we probably. We will look at it and see if we can get a better answer. But I know there is areas that have been doing it for the last few years, and they haven't had too many issues in the conversations that I had.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just a concern, and I appreciate you delving into it a bit further. Thank you, Mayor.
Going to Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a couple of questions, if that would be okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, and first of all, I'd like to concur with what I heard Councillor, our Deputy Mayor Loy say, that I do think that it's very, very important to investigate when, for example, if somebody does have to claim legitimately for, or need the service legitimately, and then all of a sudden you're claiming on your insurance, what does that do? We've seen insurance premiums go up significantly for groups of people, or, so we do need to be careful with that. My comments are, first of all, with regards to the communications on page 44, where it speaks that a communications plan will be developed to bring public awareness. And my concern is that if we just send out information, a lot of people don't receive that information. And I'm really hoping that this is an opportunity for a citizen-led type of working group where, first of all, they could understand, learn to first work to understand the potential risks, and then second, work with administration to educate and create an awareness regarding fire safety. And that's related to things like smoking, candles, fireworks, fire pits, you name it. And I'm going to give two personal examples myself. When I was a financial planner, I was sitting at a table with some clients, and they had a tea, a tea cup burner or candle, and this exploded in the dining area and landed on the rug and various places. And if we hadn't been sitting there, there would have been a fire in that home. And secondly, and you need to create awareness for people to understand. From my perspective, I don't even use a candle or light candles in my home anymore because I saw that. Secondly, with regards to fire pits, I've had a fire pit in my backyard since it was there before I came, and it was because I back onto the tree line, it was back past my property line. And we, didn't know anything, but we fixed it up, added, new bricks because they were broken 18 years ago, and continued to use this fire pit, not often, but periodically. And then after reading this today, or the other day, I ended up told my husband he has to take it down, and that has to be moved forward. But I wasn't aware at all that that was a problem, right? So the point is if we get the citizens working on first of all understanding and involved in learning the learning process and the communication, then we get a better buy-in, and we get people taking the responsibility and ownership for responsible use of whether it's a fire pit or fireworks or anything else, candles, etc., and hopefully reduce the use of a fire department. So that's my first comment. My second comment is in terms of a definition, when we're referring to the alarm no fire, and that was on page 44, or no, it wasn't, it was on 47. Under alarm, the false alarm, or sorry, no, it's, alarm, no fire. Anyways, the bottom line is I gotta find it. I have to just see my example. Here it is. Yes, it was on page 47, and it's under 2-2-0. When I looked at the Spruce Grove fire safety bylaw, theirs included a definition of alarm no fire. And they actually gave two examples. One is a detector activating because it detected the products of combustion it was designed to detect, or a person activating a manual pull station because they had reasonable reason to believe a fire existed. It's kind of nice to have an example of what that is. So I just wanted to share that. And then my third comment is with regards to inconsistency with regards to the referral of response charges. In some places it says they may be waived, and in other places it says if insurance isn't in place, they will be waived. And just to give you those 2 pages, the first one is page 43. And it refers to it was in the description. Sorry, bear with me a second. Yes, so it said for fee for service would be applied to insurable responses where the owner is insured for the response and waived if insurance is not in place. So that's what's on 43. But then you go to 54, it says it may be waived. So we need to have some clarification. I found it just a little bit, just trying to understand when things would be waived or wouldn't be waived, and I think it needs to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Matties. Chief Mistel, any comments on that, or do you want to take that back?
Your worship, through Councillor Matties. Yes, yeah, definitely we can look at those two, the wills and mays. We definitely want to make sure everything's aligned. I do appreciate your concern with candles. I am the same. I outside of a birthday cake, you won't find a candle in my home. And fire prevention is what we do take very seriously. Pre-COVID, we were averaging over 1,000 people through the station for our fire prevention program. We've reached out to hit the young ones. Started small and plant that seed when they're young, and so it grows and blossoms. It's kind of neat. Like I said, in the 12 years I've been here, I can run into people, now they're not little kids, they're working at the grocery store or pushing strollers of their own, and can say, hey, I remember when we were at the fire hall and we learned about stop, drop, and roll and things like that. So yeah, COVID definitely derailed the fire prevention this year, but I mean, it was unavoidable. But we definitely, when things get back to normal, we will be putting a heavy emphasis back on our fire prevention program.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll do Councillor Meyer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Chief Mistel. Sorry, when you were earlier, I believe, reviewing locations for Councillor Laurie that had at least 2 previous calls, no fire. And please, was one of them an apartment building?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, yes, we had one apartment that had 4 and one apartment that had 2.
Okay.
This year.
So just to follow up to that, then, how would the charge be applied to an apartment building? Would it be applied to, say, that resident in that that particular unit, or would it go to a condo board, or how would that be handled?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer, the way I understand it from in discussion to other areas that are doing this currently, it would be sent to the owner, so it'd be sent to the building itself, and then it could filter down. In these case, it's the building system. It hasn't been in individual suites. In the case of the 4, it's been a system issue. For this one, but yeah, it would go to the building owner, and then could be divided up in whoever would be responsible. I guess that'd be the best answer.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Meyer?
Maybe if I could just make a comment, or maybe a comment. We're just doing questions, right? I'll make a comment later.
You can do a comment right now if you want.
Okay, well, just through you to, I guess, administration, my concern would be that if the first couple of people get sort of a free ride in terms of their false alarm, the third, it strikes me as sort of one person pays for what would be several people's mistakes, or as the chief was kind of alluding to, if it's a system fault, I think that would be obviously probably a more clear-cut case of it being, the bill being charged back to, say, management or whoever's particularly in charge of the building. But there's some concern there for me in regards to sort of the third person getting hit for the bill when really it could really be their first time that they used the alarm. So I'd, in terms of the fairness of that, there's a concern, but then also, I'd be concerned that might impact people's willingness to use or to call. So anyhow, I'll end it there.
Thank you for your comments. Any other questions or comments? I do have a quick question for the fire chief regarding this. In terms of the fire service bylaw, I can see it's kind of evolving as we continue to mature as a community. Does this bylaw make residents not want to call the fire department? I ask that, for example, I have an alarm in my business. So when my alarm goes off, usually the company calls me and says, so blah, 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 so and so, your alarm went off, so and so went off, so and this went off. Would you like me to call the police or whatever? And then I have to give them my verbal okay to go call somebody. So if we're looking at charging people, is it likely that people say, well, don't call anybody, I'll go down there first? So putting the safety of our residents at risk with this bylaw.
Worship, I mean, there is always that possibility, I would imagine, but this is basically targeted at the, I mean, we do get a lot of alarms. I mean, I don't think our alarms are a higher percentage than anybody else per capita, but it is a problem. And a lot of the problem is the alarm companies come through, they go through like an orange wave through town, and they start selling these systems, and there is no education, there's no instructions on how to use them or anything like that. What we're finding is we're getting calls, and we're assembling, our members are leaving their jobs, leaving home, coming down to the station, and we're getting stood down before we're even on the road, because the way the system is set up, they contact the this is what one of the monitoring companies we follow up with, just to ask why. Basically, if they were stated that if you do not have a landline connected to your system, they automatically call the fire department first and then go to your call down list for the owner, whoever's living in there, to whatever numbers are provided. And we had a good conversation at length, and we said, like, you're driving us to put a bylaw in, and then, like I said, then there's going to be costs handed out, and then people are going to be upset. And it's like, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to, use the education portion with that first one to say, call resident X or resident Y, whoever's on that call out list, before the fire department. I mean, if it comes in multiple hits, the whole system is being activated at one time, yeah, absolutely, give it a call right to the fire department. But if it's a one hit at, the crews just got back at a one hit alarm at 6 o'clock, it's a pretty good chance that it's a cooking. And again, we sent apparatus and members. They walked to the door, and they had said, "Oh yeah, we had contacted our monitoring company, and we stood you guys down." Well, we didn't get that. So that's the first, and the second is the education portion. And I think we can accomplish the life safety and fire safety needs and wants of why you put a system in, with the reality of skyrocketing costs for, I don't want to say abuse, but poor system management on some of the salespeople.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have another question regarding the fire services bylaw here. Currently the town of Stony Plain Fire Department responds to a lot of motor vehicle accidents on the highway, which we kind of provide aid for. We're able to, again, then recoup those costs to Alberta Transportation and the government of Alberta. Does this bylaw allows us to continue to do that?
the current agreement that, or sorry, Your Worship, the current agreement that we have with Parkland County, they basically they handle our invoicing when we're out on the highway. You know, Highway 16, you know, 627, the numbered roads. This bylaw would allow us to be able to send an invoice to a motorist that had a collision on one of our other town roads. So anything on a numbered highway can be billed to Alberta Transportation, and anything else currently we don't have the ability to recoup any costs. The bylaw would allow us to be able to, again, capitalize on some of that fire department charges that's already worked into your policy, and recoup some of the costs for some of the services that we're providing.
Okay, thank you. And I see Councillor Laurie texted in, so go ahead, Councillor Laurie, another question or comment?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the fire chief. We speak a lot about kind of the fees and charges and things like that that go on. And, you know, as it's mentioned in section 3, one of the portions of service that we provide is medical first response for Alberta Health Services. So we talked a lot about alarms, which if we go back through our quarterly reports shows to be our highest response category, but our second highest response category is medical. Now, we are a fire department here in the town of Stony Plain. We aren't necessarily an integrated department like some of our regional partners. But what I'm concerned about is the number of calls that the Stony Plain Fire Department is being requested to attend by Alberta Health Services, whereas by, correct me if I'm wrong, the town of Stony Plain and therefore the Stony Plain Fire Department are not compensated in any way, shape, or form by Alberta Health Services. Yet Alberta Health Services sends an ambulance to that resident, and that resident receives a bill from AHS for that service. And so even if the fire department's gone there for something as simple as a lift assist to help the paramedics load somebody into the ambulance, the town of Stony Plain and therefore the Stony Plain Fire Department does not receive any of that back. Is that correct?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, yes, that is correct. The way the legislation has been written by Alberta Health, there is no avenue to invoice for service. This has been an ongoing fight for many, many years, and I see it being an ongoing fight for many, many more. You know, just over the last few years, we typically average about 20% of our calls are dedicated to medical first response.
Thank you for clarifying that. And the reason why I wanted to bring this forward is because here in the town of Stony Plain, we still operate a combination fire department where we are paying when members respond to these type of calls. So if Alberta Health Services is requiring the assistance of the town of Stony Plain Fire Department to lift a patient, or because they don't have a unit in the area or anything like that, huge benefit to our residents. Definitely not going to argue that. But this is not necessarily a task and a job that our fire department is stood up for. And Alberta Health Services has methodologies for collecting the expenses on that, but are not compensating not only our fire department, but fire departments across this entire province fairly for it. So it's something that I certainly would like to bring to council's attention, and I'm certainly hoping that our council will continue to push the provincial government and potentially raise this issue even further at AUMA to ensure that municipalities who are providing medical first response programs within the province of Alberta are compensated for such by the Alberta government and therefore Alberta Health Services. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie, for bringing that to our attention again. I think it is a good comment and definitely something that we need to keep our eye on. Maybe I'll kind of add into that because we know our neighbors to the east have a combined fire department. So they have a fire department and also kind of AHS services there. So in terms of that kind of a service model, maybe to the fire chief, does that fire department get repaid for the time that they go out to assist AHS, or is that just part of the agreement?
Your Worship, they have a contract with Alberta Health Services to provide coverage for their city and flex wherever units are not available. We see their ambulances in Stony Plain quite often. They'll be going out into the county. You'll see a Spruce Grove ambulance in Sherwood Park, Edmonton, all over. The way the new dispatch system goes, it's borderless. So yeah, they have a contract and they do get compensated, but there's very few of those contracts. They're not issuing anymore, I guess is what I would leave it at. There's the integrated services around the metro region, Spruce Grove, St. Albert, Strathcona, Leduc. They all are very similar, staffed with paramedics, and they have a direct contract with Alberta Health Services to provide service.
Okay, so that raises a good question for me to ask you then, because you said, Spruce Grove has a contract to, provide assistance and be the flex around the region, etc. And you also mentioned that when Councillor Laurie asked you that 20% of our fire department calls are for AHS assistance. So would it not be appropriate to say, no, please send Spruce Grove Fire, because they have this flex with them, they're getting paid for this, versus the town of Stony Plain Fire Department not being able to recover our costs?
Your worship, it's the town manager here, and I just I think frankly I would caution council. This is a pretty intricate issue. It's certainly a significant issue, and as the fire chief has indicated, 20% of calls, it's a clear and present downloading concern, and I think it's an issue that should council wish to see more of it. Your worship, respectfully, I think our fire chief can probably provide that, but I think we'd be better served if it was provided even as part of a written update in second and third, and that the information is clear and we understand, and we're not, your worship, necessarily shooting from the hip, so to speak.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that, your worship, but I think that's a good topic. It's an important topic, and we can provide some info on it, but I just think we need to make sure we're talking very clearly about what is and what isn't.
That's correct. And then, with those questions that members of council are asking for clarity and understanding is so that when this comes back for second reading and public hearing, that those questions could be answered. Okay. Members of council, anything else? Okay. Seeing none. We'll need a motion to accept for first reading. Councillor Matties, please.
That Town Council give first reading to Fire Services Bylaw 2646/PS/21.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Matties, and questions and comments from members of council. Administration, so if this first reading goes through, please lay out the next steps.
Your worship, would be bringing this bylaw back with some items of clarification for June 28th for second and third reading.
Okay. Thank you very much. And is that enough time to have some of those answers that were kind of asked by members of council for clarity and understanding?
Your worship, I believe that can be done in that time period, yes.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, first reading motion is on the floor. Any questions or comments before I call the question?
Question from the deputy mayor.
Sure, go ahead, Councillor Loy, deputy mayor, go ahead.
Yes, I was just wondering there. I heard you ask the fire chief for the next steps. When does this go to the public? I didn't hear that.
I think it'll be released right away because it is first reading, and then there will be advertisements with this, and then also notification of a public hearing.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just heard you ask the chief.
Your worship, I apologize, your worship. I just want to, if I can have staff clarify any intent on public hearings. I don't believe that's the case, your worship, so let's just make sure we're clear on that.
I don't believe there was any discussion on a public hearing for this bylaw.
Okay.
Your worship.
Thank you. In terms of bylaws, is this one of the bylaws that we don't need to have a public hearing?
Your worship, it's a town manager and I'll handle that. I would ask its staff to correct me if I'm wrong. But no, this would not be a bylaw that would require a statutory public hearing.
Okay. But would our staff be receiving comments from our residents?
Your worship, and I'll maybe defer to our general manager and fire chief. But I will state, or I will start out by saying, I believe the intent for the public interaction with this particular bylaw is that it's presented for council for first reading. I don't believe we were specifically soliciting input, although if some came, I'm sure it would be considered and thought and considered as part of the second and third reading. I'll stop there, and the general manager or fire chief can correct me if there was a different intent for specific public input.
Okay.
Your worship, GM Hill here. CAO Golden is correct. We weren't specifically soliciting, and typically with a bylaw like this, similar to our protective services bylaws through the CPO or community peace officer, when we bring those forward from time to time, sometimes we do those bylaws all three readings in one sitting, and which would not give opportunity for people to respond back. But certainly, being that this is first reading, we're about 2 weeks away from it going to second and third. Should we receive any commentary from the public, we would note that and bring that forward during the second and third reading presentations for council's awareness.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just for my own knowledge here, we've been talking about getting the community involved as much as possible. We just had a lengthy discussion with that from your mayor's task force. But if the public does not, if the public is not aware that this bylaw is being proposed, how can we anticipate or expect any type of feedback? And I guess that's my question. So it's going, we are having first reading here tonight. Are we advising, whether it's even through our own website or communications people, that there is a bylaw proposed and it's posted for people to read? I think that's my question, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And the answer is yes. So usually the communications goes out through email and through social media channels of what council has done and approved in the past. And I believe this is no different. This will be coming back there and mentioning that town council passed first reading of fire services bylaw. There'll be a link that the residents can click on to read more information about it if they wish.
Thank you, Your Worship, and that's sort of like what I wanted clarified in tonight's meeting, so anybody can say something, say no, council did address this, the opportunity was presented to our public, so I appreciate that and thank you.
Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. So as it stands, this bylaw, in light of Councillor Loy's questions regarding insurance, whatever you want, recouping the costs, I'm quite uneasy with charging for something that we currently already charge residents for through taxes. So as it stands, I won't be able to support this bylaw, even though I think it addresses fireworks, which I wholeheartedly agree with there.
Okay, thanks for your comments, Councillor Meyer. Any last comments? Okay, members of council, I'll call the question. All in favor of first reading? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I see 6 hands in favor.
Okay. Those opposed?
And that's 1 hand in favor, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, that is carried. So first reading is done. We'll look forward to the next presentation with some of the answers to the questions and comments that members of council has raised. Okay, moving on to number 9 is business items. So right now it is 6:44. So let's take a little recess here. So if everybody can be back at 6:55. Okay, take a 11-minute recess. Thank you. Right, members of council and members of residents that are watching our council meeting, welcome back. Moving on our agenda is 9.1, the Mayor's Task Force on Community Resiliency. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. To yourself, Your Worship, and the rest of council, I have a few opening comments I'd like to make regarding the Mayor's Task Force, and I make them on behalf of certainly myself and the staff that were directly involved, and also those that made presentations over the course of the task force's work. Your Worship, I was fortunate to attend the majority of the meetings, not every single one, but the majority of the task force meetings over the past while. And amongst a lot of good work, which council saw and heard about earlier in the meeting, I do think it's important to note that it was also a good opportunity for all of us that were directly involved to have the opportunity to come together with those that do take an active interest in our community and are willing to put their hand up and take a step forward and help shape the future of Stony Plain. And Your Worship, over a number of years in the business, so to speak, there's as I know Mayor and Council are well aware of, but there's nothing quite like coming together with a group of focused community members and the excitement and the interest and the general good feel, Your Worship, that comes along with it. The past 12, 14 months in some ways was short on things that felt good, Your Worship, but my time in the 5 to 6:30 every second Tuesday and sometimes every Tuesday with that group was certainly something that helped me with my own personal resiliency through some challenging times. It helped me look to the future and understand that there would be a time where we wouldn't be within the confines of our basements and our virtual meetings and so on. And it certainly provided me with a bit of an uplift through the past year or so. So, Your Worship, I will try not to reiterate some of the things that were discussed by the committee themselves, but maybe give a bit more of a perspective from the town administration side and how we see this playing out over the next few weeks back into August. So the motion, the recommended motion in front of council this evening, Your Worship, is, as you can see, is in two parts. One is to accept for information, and the other is to direct the administration to do some further work and come back to council in August of 2021 with some analysis and commentary. Your Worship, for just to make sure everybody is on the same page, an accept for information does not bind council to any of the recommendations that you've seen this evening. It does, the way it's interpreted here is that it ensures that council has received the report, has read it, has understood it, and so on and so forth, but does not specifically endorse any or all the specific resolutions that would, or recommendations that will come at a later time. The second part, Your Worship, is what I would like to take a few more minutes to discuss or put forward in front of council. As I believe council heard, there were members of administration that were part of this group from day one, hearing and understanding and having input into the process, the recommendations. And so I believe, Your Worship, that I certainly do, as well as one of our general managers has a good feel for where the task force was going, the thinking and the intent behind the recommendations. It was noted and it was purposeful, Your Worship, that we wanted to make sure council was aware, and it's put in front of you as part of the original report, where those alignments occur, and also importantly where they currently do not. It's important to know what we're doing in alignment with those recommendations. It's important to understand what is not being done or is not being focused on at this point in time. And council will have opportunity to understand that further, ask questions about that, and seek more clarity. We purposefully kept it at the municipal development plan, strat plan, and corporate plan because those are formal and council endorsed directions. We have an awareness of where there is alignment or non-alignment as it relates to our own staff work plans, but we would need a little more time to delve further into that and be able to provide further clarity. What I would say further down into our organizational structures. So Your Worship, moving forward from between now and August 16th, we would take the time to do that, take the time to put more detail into, if you can picture, I can't remember the page number, but the alignment document. We would put a little more time, effort, focus into fleshing that out a little bit further, so council has a better understanding of what's taking place there. And Your Worship, it would also give us the opportunity to comment on, speak to, outline the recommendations where there aren't potential alignments at this point. Your Worship, this analysis would also put a little more time, effort, and detail into sequence timing. Costs. I won't tell council that this will be a full cost analysis and impacts of all of those recommendations, but we will be able to take a little bit further steps along there to give council even further, what I would consider even an order of magnitude as it relates to our overall town budgets. Your Worship, I will conclude my comments by again saying that it was a pleasure to work with this group. It was certainly a learning process, and learned some things myself about our community, about what goes on and what doesn't go on. Bottom line for me, Your Worship, on frankly a bit of a personal note, is it gave me an opportunity to look past the current COVID situation and really focus on making the community better in both the short term and the long term, Worship. I think the task force did a good job of indicating the notion of collaboration, codependency, and the need to work as an entire community together to in this terminology, increase our resiliency, or in layman's terms, to make our community a better place to be. I'll stop there, Your Worship, and certainly can answer some questions about what you would likely see on August 16th.
Thank you very much, CAO. I'm going to move to Councillor Bennett to move the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Town Council accept the Mayor's Task Force on Community Resiliency final report for information, and that administration provide an analysis of the Mayor's Task Force on Community Resiliency at the regular council meeting of August 16th, 2021.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Start with any questions and comments regarding the motion, and any questions to administration in terms of clarity and understanding. Councillor Bennett, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to our town manager, through you, Mr. Mayor, throughout this process, our task force was really quite open about the fact that, some of those recommendations we don't want to pile on the town. We were not a committee that said the town should do this and the town should do that. That's why we included some community groups in our presentations to find out what they're doing. So my question is, how will administration include partnerships and community groups in their analysis so that it doesn't all fall on our town departments to fulfill some of these recommendations? Some were specifically thought of for different community groups.
Thank you. Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to the rest of council to that question. A couple of things I guess I'll comment on there. I think again, I mean the task force itself, I believe was clear and understood. You know, I mean I would say the general capacities of the town as a corporate entity, what we have the ability to do and what we and sometimes don't, you know, I mean, just by sheer numbers or capacity or budgets and so on. And I think that did lead to, you know, I mean, dialogues about what other groups are there, who else could be involved, and I think led to some of that, I guess I'll say commentary about codependency and collaboration and so on. And I think that's important to reiterate. I will say this, Your Worship, and to the rest of council, I don't foresee a report coming back to this council that's going to say all 39 recommendations can all be handled by the town in either current resources, you know, near and mid timelines and you know, so on and so forth. What we will attempt to do, what I will attempt to do, is match what I would consider to be our ability and capacity and our strengths with some of those recommendations, and also bear in mind the capacity and strengths of, you know, the other organizations that we are aware of and where they may potentially best fit. And how will we understand and do that, Your Worship? Well, you know, I mean, as we move through this next phase on the administrative aspect, you know, we will bring in, I will get more of our staff in the rooms, in the table, involved. At this, so far, you know, we have had representation at the committee. Some of this information has been filtered out to staff for, you know, some basic understanding and awareness, but we haven't dived right in. You know, many of our staff have strong relationships with a number of different community groups, and I would expect to have some of those dialogues with staff and potentially with some of the community groups prior to. Final thing I'll say about that particular question, Your Worship, and to the rest of council, is that, you know, you know, I mean, the town itself does not have the authority, the ability, so to speak, to require other community groups or stakeholders to, or compel them to do something. We can, you know, typically lead and suggest and work with, and the analysis will be mindful of that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Bennett, anything else?
No, Mr. Mayor, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to members of council. Any other questions for clarity understanding regarding the motion about the mayor's task force and the information that's been provided in the report? Councilor Mattis, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question through to administration is basically, and our CEO did kind of touch on this, but in terms of how will this be done by administration now? There's a lot of recommendations there that cover so many areas in our community, departments, etc. Will you be having a post committee comprised of representatives from your various departments reviewing this together and discussing how this may work based on current plans? And also, you know, it's not just current plans, but I mean, there's other things in there that are identified more of a visionary type of a community, that we're more connected and more involved, kind of back in the community at the neighborhood level, etc. And so, how do you propose to, I guess, create some recommendations for us moving forward? That's my first question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question to the mayor and to the rest of council. I'll try to address that separately or in somewhat of the order. I mean, internally, yes, as council's aware, we have a senior leadership team. You know, I mean, that is the leadership and the administrative head of a particular department, and you know, on things that cut across the organization or have multiple or integrated impacts, you know, typically things will funnel through there into a business unit department back up. So and back into the leadership team. So I mean, it would be generally handled that way. As Councillor Mattis has pointed out, a number of these things are likely integrated solutions. So I'll kind of stop there on that one. Your worship, I think too, just you know, the notion of what's going to come back on August 16th will just be an interpretive analysis of the recommendations with you know, supporting commentary from administration on, you know, what from our perspective at this point in time, you know, what could be achievable, what fits where, how could things be worked into other work plans and so on. You know, I don't, I mean, the intent isn't that we would look to solve every, you know, I mean, or put a work plan in place for every recommendation. And that would be that's what I would intend to be bringing back on August 16th. I'm going to stop there, Your Worship, and just check in if I've answered the question or commented on the question, or if there's something else.
Okay, Councillor Mattis.
Well, yes, I just would like to follow up with, you know, I guess many hands make light work, and in terms of the future of how we would go about implementing, you know, even if you look at the top priorities, is a pretty significant undertaking, which will require you know, many groups that are already existing in our community, working independently of one another, and sometimes, you know, collaborating and working together. But it's going to take more of a collaborative process. And for example, I was on a course today, and in Red Deer, they have a community facilitator role in their community that works with all the groups, creates inventory of groups, so that, you know, there's an awareness of what services are provided, and then also works to facilitate and foster. And then also in the region of Waterloo, so this is a much larger region, 6 times larger than our region, but they are hiring organizational development consultants that are coming into, that are more independent of the other entities, the government, the business, and the nonprofits or social profits, and working to kind of coordinate that way. So my question is, will this administration look at ways that we could possibly make these recommendations a reality as we go forward?
Okay, Administration.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And you know, I mean, short answer to that is yes. You know, there will be some effort put into the ways that you know, the recommendations could be advanced, and in what manner that could be done. So I'll just stop there, Your Worship. Short answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mattis, anything else?
No, that's everything. Thank you so much, and thank you to the CAO for that response.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Seeing none, again, thank you very much, task force members that are here, that sat on it. Definitely appreciate the work that's done. As I mentioned earlier, and even through this whole presentation and whole concept of community resiliency, one of the biggest things that popped up in my mind is that we need to work together. We need to have those synergies. We need to be able to provide those services, but we also need residents to know what services is out there. And that was one of the things that we found that was lacking in the original task force to deal with COVID-19 was there was a lot of services and the ability of our community and community groups to help individuals, but a lot of our residents did not know how to access that. So hopefully we'll come throughout looking through administration to see how we can actually make a lot of these recommendations into reality. Building that connectivity with our residents will go a long ways in the future to protect the community resiliency in the town of Stony Plain. With that, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, I see 6 hands in favor.
6 hands in favor. Okay. All those opposed?
And that would be one hand, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Move on to 9.2, the Community and Social Development Roundtable Terms of Reference. And this is a replacement of the FCSS board that we had previously before we integrated FCSS into the Town of Stony Plain corporate structure. Go ahead, Town Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will turn this over to our General Manager of Community and Social Development to speak to Council.
Thank you, CAO. Your Worship, through you and to the rest of Council. I'll just make a few brief comments and then open things up for discussion and questions afterwards. So this terms of reference is coming forward after significant conversation with the FCSS former public board members. Part of the plan of action following the bylaw repeal in February was to continue to have the public input and public participation through a citizen committee that could be appointed by mayor and council. And so when we worked with the FCSS board, the former FCSS board member, to draft these terms of reference, we wanted to create a roundtable that would help to build some of the community elements that were important to FCSS members in their volunteer capacity and their community engagement perspective, as opposed to the FCSS requirements for that strategic guidance that was part of the former FCSS board. And so in building that vision, the team worked through a visioning exercise and identified some key areas that they wanted the roundtable to focus on. And it's those bullet points kind of in the overview section where you see the sense of belonging, safety, and security, making sure that people are accepted and included in community life, accessing services and supports locally when needed, and that there's a sense of empowerment to share ideas, problem solve together, and create local solutions. We did structure the base of the roundtable around the cultural roundtables terms of reference so that you'll see a lot of common elements there. One thing unique to the roundtable talks about having public members, but also institutional members of organizations within the community. We've maintained the two public members for residents of Parkland County, as we've received funding from them in the past to provide these types of services. In transition from the FCSS board to the Community and Social Development Roundtable, we're also suggesting that public members who are part of the FCSS Roundtable, if they chose to, could continue on as Community and Social Development Roundtable members, and that provides some continuity. I will pause there and open it up to questions if you'd like, Your Worship.
Yeah, thank you very much. General Manager, members of council, questions or comments regarding the presentation so far? Councillor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question for me that comes from what happened with our Municipal Planning Commission and turning into the Planning Advisory Committee and not really having a lot of visibility to council anymore. I support the transition that happened with FCSS bringing into the town. I think there's some good reasons for it. But what I don't really see is overly clear in the terms of reference, and maybe I missed it, but I've read through it a couple times and I don't really get a full grasp of it, is will this committee still keep regular minutes that will be provided to council in council packages, and will there be any type of a reporting requirement or reporting integration into council so that we have a purview as to this committee's activities?
Thank you.
So, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie and the rest of Council, the intention is not to have minutes like you're used to with the rest of the Council-appointed committees, because we're wanting to keep this roundtable structure much more fluid and much more open. So we don't anticipate taking motions for things, passing decisions or anything like that. It's more of a think tank kind of a roundtable. So we want to have that conversation to be very free flowing and to limit sort of some of the, I guess, the challenges that come up with very formal structures. And so the structure of this roundtable should feel less formal than any of the other council appointed committees. We do expect to provide regular reports, certainly quarterly reports, and then as you see different projects come forward through the community and social development team, you will also start to see more of the public participation and the public input elements that come from roundtable members.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the General Manager for the answer. You know, I'll reserve any further comment until, you know, after we have been stood up and see it in function. But again, as I expressed with the Planning Advisory Committee that was formed based on kind of the same mentality, I definitely want to see this information coming back to council regularly. I want to see that the boards and the committees that council has created are active and are creating positive activity and being used well by our administration. So I certainly have the trust and confidence in the general manager that will be done. And so I'm hopeful to see that, but I will say that if I don't see it coming forward, should I be fortunate enough to be elected in another term, it will be something I will be looking for.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Bennett?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm referring to page 139 of our package, and it has the appointments of the roundtable. And so I just need a little bit of clarity for that. Okay, so terms of appointment for all positions shall be 2 terms of 2 years. All right, so if this roundtable is a new entity and everyone joins at the same time, how will that work out when it comes to making sure that there's new people coming on at the same time as old people, not old people, as the current members leaving. So I want to make sure that there's some consistency there. And in saying that, then I'm also referring to number 6, maybe, that talks about, yeah, the public members of the former FCSS board. So will they be part of the 14? And so it sounds like they're coming on just to serve out the remainder of their term. So is that how you foresee that there's going to be a little bit of continuity?
Okay, thank you. Before I turn it, I think on page 139, I think it says a maximum of 3 consecutive terms may be served. So I think that addresses having everybody come on and off at the same time. So if we can probably extend a few personnel members to a 3-year term instead of a 2-2-year terms. And then I'll ask about the FCSS current board to the general manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Bennett and the rest of council. Yes, I would foresee that the public members who, from the former FCSS board, who wish to remain on the task force would provide that transition period, the continuity. They would also be eligible to stay on for some of the additional terms as noted in point 1 above the terms of appointment. Typically, we do see turnover in boards. You know, people relocate, people take other employment opportunities, and so, you know, even when we think we have a solid full board, there's historically within 6 months there's been transition and change on that board. I would anticipate that to continue. You know, volunteer commitments are time consuming and people's personal situations do change. So I don't have a lot of concern that we will have everyone start the same day and everyone finish the same day and have to recruit a full new slate of roundtable members. But that is the plan, that there would be some overlap and there would be some continuity from current public members to future public members.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Yeah, one more question, Mr. Mayor, and I'm still on page 139. This is point 5, and it talks about 4 meetings will be held annually. Oh, that's not very many, but standing committees will meet as needed in relation to project-driven tasks or decisions. Now, I've been on enough committees that that this is the case. We expect our roundtable members to participate in an action, you know, something that gets finished. And sometimes on these committees, we say that, you know, we'll open that up to the public. So if there's anyone else who wants to, for instance, if there's a specific task, that we open it up for other public members to join in to get that task done. Is that going to be the case here? And you know, I'll just caution our general manager that sometimes that's where we fall in between the cracks, that when we have a task to do, all of a sudden, even those committee members, those standing committee members, don't have enough people to really accomplish the task that they set out to do. So just kind of comment on that portion, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Bennett and the rest of Council. I think that's a good point, you know, and it is something that we talked about. What we talked about, though, is being able to leverage the advantage that we have with the volunteer center to recruit people specifically to those task groups when needed, and also being upfront about what the time commitment might be for those working groups and project-driven task groups as needed. We've had some success as a department in building community-related committees around, you know, some of our other initiatives. One example would be the Elder Abuse Committee, which has public members on it, has trained professionals and service providers, but does meet on an infrequent basis, yet stays connected through updates, newsletters, and things like that. And so our intent would be to use that past experience to build the success of this committee, round table. I'm still practicing my language, and to be, you know, to really give those opportunities when we're moving ahead with a project that affects a particular sector of the population, whether it's seniors or youth, that we make committee, roundtable, and working group participation part of our planning strategy moving in. And so the team is working to look through their plans and their strategies to see how they can better increase citizen input and public engagement on their plans.
Okay,
Thank you. One more question, Mr. Mayor. I don't like to stereotype people, but, you know, I've been on enough committees to know that, you know, on a committee, you have the doers, people who want to get in there, they want to get involved, they want to get active, they want to do something. And then, but some committees require people who are more strategic or more who develop work plans and have an insight into what the future can bring. And so in developing work plans, they think ahead as to, you know, we can do this and then that, you know. And so I'm wondering, when you recruit the members of this roundtable, what will be your classification, or that's the wrong term, but what are we looking for on this? Are we looking for the doers, or are we looking for the people who can help to build this this committee and to lead Stony Plain into the future?
Okay, thank you. General Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Bennett and the rest of Council. I would say that we're looking for a balance of those types of people, and I do agree. There's often doers and there's often thinkers on any committee or roundtable type of structure. In the purpose and function, we talk about people assisting in increasing community participation. So, doing some promotion to friends and family, building on that community champions, community ambassadors type of role. We also talk about people as a roundtable member identifying opportunities for collaboration, which speaks to some of the thinking part of things and looking for alliances, looking for greater partnership building, greater benefits to the community as a whole. And then I think the third point, under the purpose and function, which talks about sharing insights and problem solving, is really trying to combine those two elements. So creative thinking, idea generation, being able to speak out about challenges that are noted, and then working through as a group about what some ways that we can build on community strengths to address that challenge.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And one final comment, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind. Just one final comment. I think you've got the right idea. I liked your answer. I would just caution that when you send out recruitment and ask for people, that you be very clear on that kind of position. I'll tell you that with the Mayor's Task Force, we had some really, really good community members. But one particular member we lost because frankly, they were a doer. And they could see on our committee that we weren't going to do anything except, come up with recommendations for council. And so I was very disappointed in that, and I think that member felt very awkward at times, that she wasn't participating, she felt. And so I'll just caution you that can sometimes happen if you're not really clear at the beginning as to what their role will be. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Moving on to Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've had the opportunity to review this document with the members of the round table. I do have a couple of things, though, that I've thought about since that time, and also in listening to my colleagues here. With regards to the terms of reference, I'm wondering if, and I think in any terms of reference, we need to consider this, is putting goals and objectives for the upcoming year when you're looking at an entity, so basically you're going to look at your terms of reference every year and have a specific goals and objectives that you're wanting to achieve. It also could be used for the community-based committees that you're looking at. What my concern is that when we're looking at volunteers, people need to know what's in it for them. There's a lot of good information here, but I'm not sure that it basically says to me, hey, this is why I'd want to be on the round table, or this is why I would want to be involved in maybe one of the subcommittees of this group. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Like when we talk about the why, if I'm going to be wanting to work with youth, I want to work with youth because maybe it makes me feel young, it makes me feel alive and vibrant and part of, connection with others. I had an example given to me recently. It was about a fellow who had an expertise. He knew everything about guns, and it was about volunteering, and so he was basically being interviewed to volunteer, and they asked him, well, what is your area of specialty? And he said, well, that was it was an expert on guns, but that he wanted to work with youth. And this poor volunteer coordinator was thinking, how are we putting guns and youth together? Well, he ended up teaching youth about gun safety, and really made a difference in a lot of people's lives that way. And so it's about giving somebody a sense of purpose and achievement. And I think that also for accountability, when something like this is presented to council, then we kind of know, gee, there's some, this is what the group was expected to achieve this year, and they did it. These are some of the accountabilities and measurements. So is there any, I was just asking if there's some thoughts from administration on that idea.
Okay. Go ahead, General Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Matties and the rest of Council. So we did not, Councillor Matties, as you know, specifically discuss including goals and objectives within the terms of reference. It wouldn't actually be standard practice to include those within the terms of reference, but rather within the business plan or the action plan. And so I don't foresee that the terms of reference would be shared with members of the public as the only document. That we would share information on the department, on departmental priorities, that we would share with members of the public the elements that are included within the corporate strategic plan, so that people could get a sense of what the key action areas would be moving forward over the next year or two. I think the last thing we want to do is have to amend the terms of reference, anytime that there's sort of a goal or objective change or something gets achieved. But I absolutely take the point that making sure people are clear what their expectations are, what they're going to be participating in, and sort of what the priority and key deliverables and goals are going to be. So thank you for that comment.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Matties?
Oh, just a comment that when you look at the term of reference as being a document, for that, it basically does describe what the purpose and function is of the group that you're referring to, the committee, the round table, or whatever. And I think really to somewhere to tie it in together, there's probably, we look at one or two specific goals and objectives that we're wanting to achieve in that year that we're working on it. And however you put all those things together, but I do think it is very important. And also that whatever is being done there, that there's a link that when it comes to council or any other group, that we know that we've accomplished the things that we set out to.
Yeah. Thank you for those comments and administration is response. Any other questions and comments from members of council? See none. Councillor Pleshko, I'll ask you to make a motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the Community and Social Development Roundtable Terms of References as presented.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pleshko. Members of council, any questions regarding debate on the motion or parts of the terms of reference? Okay, see none. Thank you very much, administration, for bringing this forward, and definitely general manager. It has been probably a long process as kind of migrate FCSS from an external entity to an internal entity. So thank you much for the work, and I will look forward to following up on the community and social roundtable as to see how that develops and how much information comes back to council through the members of the roundtable. Members of council, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Thank you. Move on to 9.3, which is an update on the Stony Plain Municipal Golf Course. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our General Manager of Community and Protective Services will speak to this item.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. Just a quick second to share a screen here. So Your Worship, members of council, do a quick update, operational update on the Stony Plain Golf Course. We started that in 2020 and committed to do that for a couple of years related to the operation. So very quickly, did provide a report, which I believe you've all read. 2020 was a successful year at the Stony Plain Golf Course. As you're all aware, weather plays a tremendous factor in the number of rounds that are played at the golf course and the number of days that we're open. And 2020 was a terrific year for the number of days that we were able to open in the summer for the golf season. And 2021 is shaping up to be just as great for us. So knocking on wood, we continue with the great weather. So very quickly, an update on how 2021 has started. I'll answer some questions at the end of the presentation. So the golf course has been open for April and May so far, and we're working into 2 weeks into June. So as we opened the golf course, we did open all areas with restrictions. Of course, in the early parts of May, we could go into further restrictions due to COVID-19, and that did impact some of our areas, including the restaurant. Restaurants were permitted to be open with patio, and the patios were closed. And so the restaurant has gone back and forth between pickup and takeout service for the majority of the operational season for 2021. Currently, they're permitted to have people both in the dining and also on the patio, in addition to the curbside and takeout options. Pro Shop has been open for the duration. Practice areas have been open for the duration. Social distancing certainly has and will continue to be in place at the golf course, likely until we enter into stage 3 and understand what that looks like. We do have most of our high touch items have been removed from the course, and that's referring to rakes in the sand bunkers, ball washers, those types of things. We do have garbage cans back out on the course, and it's probably maybe a few benches are the only thing that are missing. But certainly those are the high touch items that have been away from the course for the 2020 operating season and the 2021 operating season. Pins continue to remain in place in the hole, so basically that means people don't pull the flags anymore. They stay in 100% of the time. We have a device that takes the ball out of the cup, when it drops. Power carts, COVID is a bit of an interesting pandemic in terms of some people are still requesting the single rider carts, and others are happy to go with 2. So we're nearing that stage with respect to stage 3 in terms of very little opportunity to go to a single cart rider, and probably at that stage, if someone really wants a single cart, then the fee may be adjusted to ensure that we're recuperating the double cost or double seat cost of a cart. With respect to programs in 2021, we have started all of our leagues. So our men's, ladies, and senior leagues have started. They started in the month of June. And the 9-9 program will start once we start to move into stage 3. And the junior hole golf course, 3-hole golf course, again, will open once we move into stage 3. Reason being is we're getting a lot of uptake in terms of tee times related to the golf course at the current time. And the junior golf course right now, we still have to maintain the contact tracing and understand if we do have an outbreak at the golf course, being able to get a hold of people that are on the property through tee sheets. We have contacts. Versus the 3-hole course, basically you're permitted to drive into the facility and use the facility right now without, when it's open, you're able to just drive into the facility and use it at your leisure versus checking in at the Pro Shop. A few quick slides on operations. So rounds played to date in 2020 the first 2 months, so April, May, we weren't open in April. So basically it's the month of May only we were open, was 4,701 rounds. And this time in 2021 for the months of April and May were just over 7,300 rounds played at the golf course. That includes about 3 weeks where we were restricted to only 2 people being permitted per tee time through enhanced COVID-19 restrictions. So that took about 30% of our tee times away from us. So the number continues to be fairly high at 4,500 for the month of May. Even with that 2-week or 3-week disruption, we're fairly close to the month of May in 2020, where we had very little restriction on foursomes versus twosomes on the golf course. Driving range. So again, in 2020, we weren't, I mixed the dates up. It's 2020 and 2021, sorry. That's my mistake on this. The 2020 dates, we weren't open in April for the driving range. In 2021, we did have about $5,000 worth of range revenue. And then in 2021 for May, we're about just closing in on 12,000. So very similar numbers to the 2020 driving range. And then operational days, we chose to go with operational days versus rain days. Last year we reported rain days, but we've had more operational days than rain days, as you can see. So certainly we weren't operating in April in 2020, and in April we had 16.5 days. That's fairly decent with the types of weather that we had in April. A bit cooler, some rain, some snow. So certainly we were open for a good part of the month. And in May, you can see we're nearing almost a full month's worth of operation. So very close to the 2020 numbers. That's it for the presentation. Just like to say that the year started very well. Our pro shop sales have been really good in 2021. We believe that that can be attributed to the continued travel that's not permitted, or people are not traveling as much as they would typically travel. And it's been a very long winter, as a lot of our golfers typically go down to the States and they winter there and play a good amount of golf. So I think that's provided us a bit of an advantage this year. We do expect in 2022 we might see a decline in our rounds played, but we're certainly encouraged by the conditions that we have at the course and the members coming back and the comments that we've been receiving from the public related to the golf course and the staff and the experience that people are having when they do visit our facility. Recently, this weekend, we did have a very high-end junior tournament at the golf course, and the comments coming back from the organizers were very high, and they've booked again to come back next year. So that was a tremendous event for us this past weekend, and it provides a lot of exposure as that the golfers are from across Alberta. So we're very encouraged with our start in 2021, and we're hoping that the weather continues to be as good as it's been for the start of the season, and we're looking forward to a good season 2021. So, Mr. Mayor, any questions that council may have, happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, General Manager. Members of council, any questions for understanding clarity? Okay. See none. So thank you very much for the presentation. I'm glad to see that the golf course is doing well, and especially with what we've had over the last 16 months with COVID restrictions, and as you mentioned, being able to open and close again. So that does always play havoc in terms of how we as the organization kind of adjust to meet those provincial health regulations. So again, kudos to the staff for making those adjustments so quickly and being able to adapt so that we continue to be able to operate the golf course in a safe and efficient manner. Okay. With that, Councillor Laurie, I'm going to ask you to make the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that the Town Council accept the golf course operational update for information.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of Council, any questions, comments on that? Okay, seeing none and hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we're moving on to council information, council discussion. Members of council, anything that you need to update the rest of us about or share some information to administration? We'll start with Councillor Meyer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one small item this week. I noticed the crosswalk lights that we put back up. They were at the corner of 57th Avenue and the 5th Meridian, and they've just been moved down the road just a touch. Anyhow, what I noticed was that the condition, we're putting these back up, and they're rusty near the bottom, and they could use a paint job. And I thought to myself, because I had seen I believe it was John Paul II Park had been dismantled while they were going through their construction, and we had stored it in our public works. Actually, I'm not sure if that's exactly the case, but I did see a playground at the public works, and I thought that they had done a few touch-ups to it and repaired a bit of things when it was there. Anyhow, I'm just curious if maybe in the future, items that we take down for whatever reason, if they're sitting around our public works yard, maybe an internal policy regarding light maintenance that can be done easily before it gets put back might be a benefit to the town.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Meyer. That's a good suggestion. I think maybe I'll push it over to our town manager, John Manager. Were we at liberty to do anything with those lights?
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe we have our manager of engineering with us this evening. Our general manager is fortunately on a couple weeks vacation. He's enjoying himself there. So I will ask our manager of engineering if there's anything he can shed light on here or any update or comment he may have on that.
Thank you, Town Manager. With respect to the lights that were salvaged and brought back, I'd have to take that back and go talk with our Public Works Department if any work was done. I will share that it is not our practice to put anything up that's of any concern to be put back up or isn't operationally ready. But certainly to the comment of refurbishing or reviewing, I would have to take that back and see what the terms of what specifically occurred with these lights, as I don't have that information handy at this time.
Okay, so I appreciate
Your
that.
Worship.
And I think this project is Highway 779. So Councillor Meyer is referring to the crosswalk lights that were at 57 Street or Avenue. Yes, 57 Avenue. So that's the one that's going into the woodlands. They were repurposed by Alberta Transportation and their contractors, but they are now at the intersection of 50th Avenue and 48th Street or 779. So my question was, because this is not a town project, were we at liberty to do anything with those light standards?
Your Worship, I'll just answer that. Those would have been salvaged by our contractor, by the province's contractor then, and likely it was not within the town's control to do anything with them. But I am happy to go confirm that this week.
Okay, and thank you for that. And please send us an email to confirm that. And we definitely appreciate Councillor Meyer bringing that forward, because that is a kind of good policy maybe for our staff to review the things that we have control over. And especially if the town Stony Plain is replacing a light, that is a good suggestion that if we're going to put it back and replace it and within our own confines, then we make sure that it is kind of spiffied up, when we say that, so that it looks better in our community. Councillor Meyer, anything else?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd just like to give a brief update on Meridian Housing Foundation. So for the last probably 2 years, we've been working towards expanding our board and including some members at large. And so we had to go through the government, get a ministerial order to do that. I believe that we had a joint discussion with all 3 municipalities about a variety of things, and that came forward that that's something that we were looking at doing. And so I'm happy to report that last Thursday we had 4 interviews of different residents that put their name forward to sit on the Meridian Housing Foundation. And Mr. Mayor, they were high quality people. And so, yeah, council will be getting a list of the board's recommendations in a future council meeting. That's all I had tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Moving on to Councillor Pletchko, anything to add today?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have nothing this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Matties?
Thank you, Your Worship. I know you'll probably mention this as well, but I just wanted to share that I really appreciated meeting with the board members of Centre Nord, the Francophone School, and that we're very excited to have them come to our community as of September of 2022. And you know, this is a group of wonderful, wonderful, good neighbors that will be bringing, you know, wonderful events, you know, winter carnival. They're going to have an open house for us. And I just, I'm very, very pleased with this opportunity for Stony Plain, and I wanted to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matties. Moving on to this thing here now. Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Not too much. I just want to say, following our golf course report, I was happy to take in yesterday evening at the driving range, and it was a beautiful evening, and I was surprised at how full the driving range was. So it just goes to show how much of a desired amenity that is in the community. I did want to just touch on another amenity in our community, being the Umbak Off-Leash Park, and I do want to express my thanks to the town manager and administration for bringing forward some solutions when some of the challenges were raised about the dog park being closed for approximately a month for the much needed reconstruction of the road as the entry into the dog park. So I think the users of the dog park are going to be very happy that that road is going to be fixed. And although the park is going to be closed for a couple of weeks, I'm thinking that they're also going to be very happy that there's been some accommodations made to have a couple other off-leash areas through the town, being the outdoor rinks that are unpaved, for them to use in the meantime. So appreciate the work that's been done on that to come up with a creative solution in a very short time period to make sure that our four-legged friends still have a place to go to be off leash within the community.
Thank you very much, Councillor Laurie. Moving on to Deputy Mayor, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I don't expect answers on this right away, but through our planning and development there, I had a complaint, 44th Avenue. The manholes that were put into that newly paved road seem to be too deep. I've had I've noticed that if you hit them wrong, it goes bang, and it's hard in the front of the car. If we could have somebody check into that. And also there's some repair work that was done there shortly after it was paved, and it's still in need of repair. I don't know, I think there's a valve sticking up, but if we could get somebody to check into that. If we could also get a report on the major construction down from Bing's number 1, seems to be a lot more than I anticipated. So if we could just get an update at their convenience. Thirdly, just south of John Paul II, the lot that's there, that's a vacant lot, there's 2 work sheds that have been on it for considerable length of time. They just seem to be abstractly placed in there. I'm wondering what the status of those are and what we can expect. And last but not least, and this is really kind of a sad thing, we all heard about the RCMP officer that was killed over in Saskatchewan. Well, there's a fraudulent GoFundMe out there now. So if anybody is so inclined to do these things, the GoFundMe, really check it out to make sure that the money's not going into the hands of the criminals. Yeah, very sad. And that's it for me, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Does the administration want to answer any of the questions, or can they provide an email confirmation? Administration.
Sorry, Your Worship, made a wrong click on Teams and couldn't get my microphone button. I think our manager of engineering can probably, I guess I would ask him to offer a very brief comment on some of the questions Councillor Loy there had inquired about, but we can certainly put some more time in that and get a more detailed update via email to council. So I'll just turn it over to our manager for any brief comments you may have.
Thank you, Town Manager. For the 44th Ave, to Councillor Loy, pardon me, I was writing these down really quickly as you set them off, so I apologize if I got some of the locations mixed up. I heard on 44th you had mentioned the manholes and specifically the repair that happened right after construction. What happened with the repair was after construction, a leaky valve emerged, and this was in the dead of winter. Well, not the dead of winter, November of last year. So the crews had to cut it out in a rather large square. It's not preferred, but it was the option that was available at the time. And they re-asphalted the area with a temporary patch. This is known to the engineering group. We are coordinating with a contractor right now to come in and make that better. It's certainly on our list of things to do. I also had you had mentioned the downtown Bings. Was this the downtown work you were asking, Councillor Loy?
Yes. Yes, it's the very last intersection there, Kitty Corner, the seed mill plant and stuff like that. It's there's a much more major construction there than I anticipated. So if we could just, I've had people ask me, and if we could just get say an update on that, probably by email is good for me.
Okay, I'm happy to give that through email. ATCO's still currently in there, so that's probably the major construction you're seeing in there right now. With respect to the work sheds with JP2, just for clarity, are you talking about the property behind the JP2 site, behind the road that's there, or is this a shed that's on or near the closer to the 779?
They would be closer to 779. They are like two construction style units that they would set up in there. You know, you could put a contractor in there. There'd be maps on the wall. They just seem to be haphazardly put in there. They've been there for a while. They're not even level or set up. And I was just, it is kind of an eyesore. If they're going to be doing something, they should, I don't know, just does not look good.
Yes. Okay. So Councillor Loy, that's been kind of boarded up, and I think our peace officer's been there a few times because I've received some complaints about those utility sheds there as well. So maybe I'm not too sure if the manager has an answer or the general manager of Community and Protective Services.
Yeah, well, that can come out on an email. It's not going to be resolved tonight, so I appreciate that, sir.
Okay. Does the general manager have any comments regarding that? I think that was a CPO that's been out there a couple of times.
Your Worship will respond via email. I'm not aware of the details of that particular file.
Okay, thank you. And anything else, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, no, sir. That's all the items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions for administration. Definitely appreciate the work that's been happening in terms of updating our residents of what's going on in the community. One thing I'm disappointed about is, I think Councillor Loy brought it up, is the downtown reconstruction. We've been receiving regular emails of what's going on and how that was going to affect us, and all of a sudden we have not received anything for the last little while. We still received the email updates regarding Highway 779, and we received an email about the road for the back off Leash Park, etc., and a few other things, but we have not received notification to our residents regarding that. Is there a reason why that notification has not been sent out in terms of the communication strategy that we've approved?
Your worship, I will certainly take the comments under advisement, and your worship, I would prefer to check in with staff and increase the level of communication on that particular project moving forward, as opposed to try to explain why or why not communication has maybe been a little bit quieter than in previous years, your worship. So I take that seriously and under advisement, and you can expect to see more moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question for administration. In terms of last year, we had a limited summer staff. This year, I believe that we've had a little bit more hires for the summer staff. Can somebody provide me the maintenance schedule for our flower beds? I believe a few residents have messaged me that because of the limited staff and COVID-19 measures in 2020, a lot of those beds were left and not weeded and went to seed, etc. What is the maintenance schedule for those flower beds?
Your worship, thanks for the question. I don't know off the top of my head, and your worship, I'm not sure that our manager of engineering would be able to answer that. But I mean, a couple just basic comments. So, I mean, I don't believe, as you mentioned, your worship, and the rest of council, are I mean, our staffing levels, our service scope, and so on was altered substantially in certain cases through, I mean, call it summer of 2020. I mean, I understand our staffing levels have not been altered as such from what we would consider quote unquote normal. And I would believe that within, I mean, the course of this week, your worship, I'm sure our manager of operations could provide some comment of, I mean, intention as it relates to the maintenance levels you're inquiring about.
Thank you. And I'll be provided to council regarding in an email form.
Yes, your worship, that would be the intent.
Okay, thank you. Quick question. Since Councillor Pleshko did not ask us, but I will. The current state of Range Road 12, I believe that there is some work that needs to be done on there, as brought up many times by Councillor Pleshko. Where are we at in terms of remediation and grading on that road?
Thank you, your worship. I believe I'll ask if our manager of engineering has anything he can provide on current state or expected maintenance through the coming months, I guess I'll say.
Thank you, town manager. I know in my conversations with the operations manager that there is a regular program for addressing this, though I would have to reach out to him and get more clarity before I answer that for you here.
Okay, thank you. And my last thing, I want to just thank our staff for doing an excellent job in making some adjustments to the Rotor Park, the Big Red Bridge. Remember a little while ago we had some instances there as being the slope and people having issues getting up and down the bridge. I was just sent a message from a resident thanking our staff for the work that has been done as of late. If members of council do have time the next week or so, take a look at it. I believe our staff have fabricated a little extension with railings, so to make it safer for everybody that's going to be able to use the bridge until we get a full replacement of that. With that, that ends our council information and council discussion. The next is to go to closed session. I will have, where are we here? Deputy Mayor, make the motion, please.
Pardon me. Yes, the town council move into closed session to discuss per FOIP section 24, 12.1 land development.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So the members of the public that are watching, so as council goes into closed session to get some presentation on this, it is subject to FOIP section 24. There are no motions made in closed session except for the motion to come out of closed session, and that will be recorded. Those that wish to be notified when council comes out of closed session, there is an email address on the screen right now. Please send an email to that and you'll be notified, and we'll give you ample opportunity to in time to get back to in the public meeting. With that, when I call the question, all in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you. So it's 8:10 right now. We're going to just call recess until 8:20, and then at that time we will resume back into closed session. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Council has finished the closed session. The motion in closed session made by Councillor Laurie was to come out of closed session, and that was carried unanimously 7-0. Administration, earlier before we went to closed session, we left the email address on top there to be contacted if anybody wanted to be notified when council comes out of closed session. Was there anybody that wanted to be notified?
Good evening, Your Worship. Yes, we did receive a request to be notified.
Okay, so please go ahead and request it. And then right now we'll call a 10-minute recess. So if everyone can come back at 9:40 to reconvene our meeting.
Good evening, Your Worship. I believe we are live.
Sorry, I was muted. My apologies. Welcome back, members council, and to the members of our public that are watching. As I said just a couple minutes ago, before we went to recess, Councilor Laurie made a motion to come out of closed session. That was carried 7-0. And at that time, when we came out of closed session, there was an email sent to our legislative services of individuals wanting to be notified when council came out of closed session. At that time, council took a 10-minute recess to allow those individuals ample time to come back to join us live through YouTube. 10 minutes is up, so now we're moving on with the agenda. Number 12 is what you see in front of us. Deputy Mayor, with the motion, please.
Yes, Your Worship, that Town Council direct administration to proceed with amendments to the South Business Park Area Structure Plan and Land Use Bylaw to transition the northern portion of Lot 8 PUL Block 1 Plan 1224201 to R8 High Density Residential District, P1 Parks District, and Road Right-of-Way.
Thank you very much. Administration, anything to say, present?
Nothing further at this point, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you. So members of council, the motion is on the floor. It is a motion to direct administration to do some work and to engage with our residents. Any questions or comments regarding the motion? Councillor Meyer?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was hoping that I could make an amendment to the motion.
Okay. What would you like to make?
I would like it to read the exact same thing as it reads now, except for R8 High Density Residential District to be changed to R6 Medium Density Residential District.
Okay. Go ahead. Do you want to speak to it?
I feel that a high density residential development in that area is ill suited with lower density residential on either side of it. And I have concerns that we're overpacking the area.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, so Councillor Meyer has made an amendment to change the R8 to R6. Open the floor for comments and debate on that amendment. Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. While I can understand where Councillor Meyer is coming on this, I cannot support this amendment, and for one simple reason. R6 being a comprehensively planned residential district does not allow for any potential commercial usage, where R8 does allow for mixed use, which does allow for potential commercial residential usage in the area. While I certainly don't want to see this lot absolutely jam-packed full as much as it can be, I do think given its location and its proximity to Westview Health Center opens up a great opportunity for potential commercial developments that could help service the area appropriately for the amount of residents that are in the area. Therefore, I will not support the amendment, and I hope we can see the original motion moving forward.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, any other members like to provide comment? The debate on the amendment. See none. Councillor Meyer will not support the amendment. I think R8 has the potential for commercial, and being along 44th Avenue, which is a high vehicle traffic for commercial, I think has proximity to the hospital and to some of the other commercial units and the other high density areas in that area. I believe it does fit. This is the ability to only to direct administration to review it and to have a hearing and an area structure plan to engage our residents. And at that time, I'll make a more informed decision when we hear back from our residents. So I will not be supporting the amendment this time. We call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's one hand.
Okay, thank you. All those opposed?
Mr. Mayor, I see 6 hands.
Thank you. That amendment is defeated, so we're back to the original motion. Thank you, Councillor Meyer, for raising that. Moving on to next comments is Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And you kind of covered the comment that I did have as we were discussing the amendment about the fact that although we are directing administration on this motion, this does still have to come back to council, which will include a public input session prior to an official decision being made on any potential changes to the area structure plan. So I just think it is really important to note, since it doesn't necessarily say that directly in the motion, but from a prospect perspective, that an area structure plan does require to come back to council with a public input session, so residents will have an opportunity to voice any concerns, thoughts, feelings, and opinions that they do have on this change. And this gives them a great template so that they have an idea as to what can be considered, so that they can then provide us with direct feedback on.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Any other members of council who would like to provide comments or debate on the motion? Okay, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't get to my texter fast enough. Mr. Mayor, I can foresee such a vision to this whole area. Just looking forward to what the possibilities are here. I think once administration comes back to us with some solid ideas and we step into the process, I'm just really excited about this whole project and what it can do to enhance our community. That having more businesses in that area, it's you know, so it's adjacent to the hospital. I can see doctors' offices in there. I'm just very excited about the possibilities that can happen in this area. And I think that we need to make sure that our public knows that we have a whole vision and there's a whole lot of things being checked off by looking at this area structure plan and land use bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Any other questions, comments, debate on the motion? Okay, see no more hands up. I will be supporting the motion. I think it was covered. This is our ability to engage with our residents to see what they like. As you know, this is R8, so there is also R1, R2, R3, R4, R6, all the way up to that. There's also commercial and a difference of medium industrial and also industrial. So without having some kind of vision and something to share with our residents in that area and to the rest of the community, we cannot have that conversation. So this motion opens that door for us to have engagement with our residents, to have that conversation, definitely with the members that are adjacent but throughout the whole community, what they see for this area. So I look forward to those reports coming back and to the public hearing. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, I see 7 hands.
Okay. Thank you very much. And that motion is passed. Okay. Members of council, that brings us to number 13, which is an adjournment. So on behalf of council, thank you very much, administration, for providing the package and getting the work that needed to be done beforehand to provide the packages for council. And the members of council, thank you for reading your packages and coming fully prepared to debate, discuss, and have those conversations amongst ourselves and make the proper considerations and voting so that we can actually build a community that is inclusive and available for everyone. I look forward to seeing the results and some of the information that the council has requested in the future. With that, we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, guys.